Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Maw.
So today we are going to be heading back to New Sorpigal. We're going to be trying to clear New Sorpigal's, like get enough EXP in New Sorpigal without clearing any quests or going into any dungeons. I don't know if it's going to be feasible. We'll find out. Also, are there any quests in New Sorpigal in the first place that wouldn't require going into dungeons? Now that I think about it, no. So, it wouldn't matter either way. So, we're going to basically be clearing out as much of New Sorpigal as we can. There's our little error. That definitely isn't a problem. Temple of the Moon. Right. We were doing a run to this chest, which is fun. So let's do that. I think it'll be amusing. Why do we have 20% kills here? Nothing here has died. Right? Why is this at 20%? This shouldn't be at 20%. I haven't killed anything on this map. Oh, shit. Oh, we should have gone the other way around. Okay, so we're just picking up all this stuff. I don't remember what it all is. We can identify it later. Okay, that was funny. I just went in a very, very bad direction to get there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, we're going to go over here. We are going to save the game since we are still in the green. Grab this. We're going to follow this route. Pop to here. And put everything in your inventory. And jump across here. We're going to run this way. I'm going to jump across here. We're going to hope that we're okay. We have a slight problem that we are still being followed. We're now in the green. Now we're going to run as fast as possible to get as far away as possible. We're going to save the game over here under danger. Now the reason we're saving under danger over here is that it's possible that one of those wolves got killed by a guard. If one of those wolves got killed by a guard, okay, this one is fighting a guard. We're going to basically just be reloading here. That's very funny. I don't know what the hell is going on with those two. Perfect. Okay, so we have one that reached a guard, but the guard wasn't actually aggroing for some reason, so the two of them were just kind of ignoring each other. So, all set. Next on our agenda is heading to New Sorpigal, I believe. However, first we're going to identify all this. It is very funny how many shields we have found. You're still using, like, the starting axe, basically. And that's great for me. This is actually fairly useful. So let's slap this on you. +6 Arms Master and plus Might and Endurance. Unfortunately, this is not a super useful item. Because it's a hat. And it's Arms Master. like it's useful except for the fact that we have this other hat that goes on the character who really is the one who should be using that. I do have to wonder, do I want to use a two-handed axe or do I want to dual wield one-handed axes? I just don't know. We're eligible for level 11. We'll probably be able to start doing certain things soon. Do we have any skills we can pick up here? We can pick up Expert Plate here, I believe. We can pick up Expert Axe, but we don't have the skill for it. Do we want to level up now? We have 2 levels. 2 levels. I think I can get Expert Axe here. I can definitely get Expert Axe in the other place, now that I think about it. So, I'll just give you the luck barrel. Oops. Okay, we should be able to... We should be able to figure this out. We're going to need to sell a bunch of stuff. Do we want to go to New Sorpigal and train up? Do we want to do it? I'm basically debating whether I want to train now or train... I'm just going to train now. I think that makes the most sense. We're going to train before we go to New Sorpigal, and then we'll figure out what skills we can get up. Oh, actually, it's Saturday. If we train, it'll be Sunday. So we're going to go to the arena and get our asses kicked by that first arena battle. I think that's what we're going to do. We can play Arco Mage. We haven't won in this tavern yet. Rude. Let's see. We can do this if we want, but I don't know that this is a particularly useful thing to do at this exact moment. We're going to do a Rock Garden. It's fairly cheap for what it does. We could pop a Sapphire. I think that winning a tower victory is very reasonable here. I think it's probably unreasonable to try to do a resource victory. So I think we're going to do an Ogre. That gives us access to battlements. And we're going to use battlements rather than crystal blocks. That's unfortunate timing. That's great. Okay. We do 10 damage to their tower. They recover it very rapidly. And then we can do 3 additional damage to their tower. And then you steal from me, which is very effective for you, because I do not have good growth. I have really garbage gem and brick production, so that's much more crippling than it otherwise would be. We have work overtime. I think I'm just going to use basic wall. We have a lot more recruits in this for both me and the opponent than you'd think. Do I want to crumblestone this turn, or do I want to wait until next turn? Why is this red? Oh, it's red. Oh, I didn't even notice that it highlights red if you can't do it. I'm going to get rid of that. And then we are going to use crumblestone this turn. And we're going to put up a little tiny bit of a wall. We're going to put up an emerald. We're now within 5. Oh my god. The dragon comes out. Oof. We're gonna really struggle to pull out a win here. I think we get rid of power burn. I don't think there's really any way that that's going to end up working out well for me. I could use Troll Trainer if I want, but I don't think I need it compared to Crystal Matrix. Now, Crystal Matrix could end up completely boning me. We're using Rainbow. We are going to Gem Spear. So we've undone some of that damage that... Or not damage. The regeneration that we've given to them. Do we have something that I can afford to get rid of? I can probably afford to get rid of Crystal Rocks. Tremors is nice, but it's probably too expensive. No, it's only 2 turns worth once we get the new equipment online. Do I actually drop Troll Trainer entirely? I think we get rid of Troll Trainer. It's a shocking thing to do, but we need to get working toward a victory condition. I'm going to go ahead and do this. This is going to hurt their economy. This gives me an extra gem. So, we're going to use... new equipment this turn. And my tower's not greater than the enemy wall right now, but it will be if I use Crystal Shield or if I use Fire Ruby. I think I Fire Ruby here. And then that allows us to use Tremors at no cost other than the actual normal cost. And then we tag the Lightning Shard. So they do have, like, an enormous number of gems. So they could, if they get the cards, basically instantaneously end the fight. They just need to get the cards. However, we've got victory if we can survive to get it, and we can. There we go. Whew, we had lethal. Let's go. So we are going to save this under the Lich Stitch, and yes, we're going to train, and then we're going to try to do the Endless Arena level 1. And we're going to see how that goes. It might go okay. It might go terribly for us. We'll just have to see. So before we do the arena, though, let's take a look. Let's make sure that it's actually... Never mind. It's Wednesday for some reason. I have no idea why it's Wednesday. It was Saturday, right? Doesn't it usually take a week, and then it also does plus 1 day because it's going to like 9 o'clock or whatever on the... Huh, I don't know why. I don't know why it's Wednesday. That's fine. So, we can get expert staff eventually. Expert regen's going to take a while. Do we get... I think we're going to pump staff on PBJ. PBJ doesn't have anything more important to do. Hey Celestial, how's it going? Okay. We can get Body Magic to 7. Or we can start pumping Dagger. Getting Expert Body Magic on Ruben would allow me to heal for more. But I think we might prefer to lean into some of our other objectives. If we pump blood for you, We can get this up to expert. Chat is bugged? What's wrong with chat? Let's see here. We have hot dog. So we could go with either... We should probably get dagger before we get arms master. I think arms master requires 8. Let's see here. We're getting this up to 6. We're getting axe to expert. We're doing that right now. That will allow us to put a one-handed axe into our offhand. And do we have a one-handed axe? I don't know. This is a spear, right? I think halberds are considered spears. Let's see. You want to get... Frost gives us water walking, which is really important. Blood gets us regen, which is also critically important. Blood is probably more useful generically, but Frost is going to allow us to deal with things that we otherwise just couldn't deal with by basically just standing far enough away. Like, basically we can deal with the Corsairs that way on one of the islands. However, I'm not sure that I want to deal with them that way. I think we're going to... I think we're going to go blood. We're going to just pull the trigger on this. This is a plus 19 club. How about we just give you this so that you can do a shit ton of damage until you get a dagger that's worth a damn? Because, Jesus Christ, that's 1d43 plus 19 instead of 2d1. You just went from like our lowest DPS to our highest. 3 to 20. Got an order of magnitude increase in damage. Ooh, you also can get this. Do I want to give you this? Yes, I'll give this to you. That will work fine. Stun.
I'll use it well.
And we don't have the ability to do the bow thing on this playthrough, because our first character slot is not whatever the name of that character was. Okay, we have a 3d11 plus 10 sword here. We have a 1d36 plus 17 club here. This is 40%. This is 4%. Okay. We're just gonna equip this. It turns out these clubs are pretty good. Let's see, I should probably have been paying closer attention to the clubs. This is 2d7 plus 4, so once we get Expert Dagger, we'll be able to make use of that. Let's see. Yeah, see, my whole build is a complete mess. Hey, Astro Kitty. My build's a total mess because I did all of this with the assumption that I only needed 4 in all of these things, and I need 8. And I'm just making mistakes. Okay. Let's see here. Mistakes is a strong word to describe that. That was me working under incorrect information. That was less of a... But I had the correct information. I just forgot it. So I guess you could say it's a mistake. I would tend to think of a mistake as being acting on correct information in an incorrect fashion, right? That would be the descriptor I would give for that. Like that delineation. So this is 18. This is 18 as well. Okay. We have a boring hammer. All right. I think we're good to go. Now, I don't remember if the axe expert exists here. I think it might be an axe master here. There might be an axe master here. We're going to give this to PBJ. And we're going to... We have Master Dark Elf. Blue Barrel. Blue Barrel is Ruben. And we're going to go to Antagaric first. And in Antagaric, we will train up Expert Axe. This says 30% completion for some reason. I wonder what the error there is. Because we haven't killed anything on this map either. It's unusual. So the axe person is where? It's not this person. This is Expert Earth. Let's see. This is Identify Monster. We also have Expert Perception here. We need to pick up Perception on someone. Okay, Expert Axe is costing us 10 grand. Perfect. So, we now have the ability to offhand an axe. So, but we can't offhand a two-handed axe yet. So, this is really crazy good. We had this on somebody. Let's give this, because this has such a high speed value, let's give it to you. Which is what I had originally done. It also gives a boost to just raw hit points. And this is one of the low hit point targets. Apparently not as low as you'd think. But that's fine. It turns out every target is a low hit point target. Plus 15 int in personality. We'll just give this to you. How much do you heal for now? 11. So through all this gear that we've thrown on this character, we've increased our thing by 1. Oh, hey, Unknown Scion. Thanks for the raid. We just got started. And ooh, that is 45 intelligence. Unfortunately, we don't have mana regen. So, who needs 45 int? 45 int is a crazy amount of int. That might make it so the personality, like this almost on its own, would put personality behind int as the dominant stat. I'm not going to worry about it though, because we don't really need the extra mana regen right now. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go through all of our gear and we're going to sell whatever we've got that needs to be sold. We have like a bunch of stuff. We're doing pretty good so far, you know. Today we've, fought 0 enemies and somehow got 30% map completion, so we're doing great. I don't know if this is a display bug or what, but for some reason this map just says that we have 30% completion. We haven't done anything. Actually, wait. Here it might make sense, because they might have gotten blown up by the thing, but I don't think so. I don't think I've spent enough time on the map for them to all have gotten blown up by the explosions. But just in case, we're going to move over to New Sorpigal. Make sure that... So this map says 55%, and we have killed enemies here. That's... Oof. The Lich Kings. Nasty business. Okay, we're gonna save under Lich Stitch. Let's see. We get what going on now. So we have a bunch of swords. Man, I'm tempted to do a vote on whether... Do we feel like... So, Elvis is going to be dual-wielding 2-handed axes eventually. So, do we feel like using one-handed axes with swords on... What is your thing? Cheesesteak. For some reason I thought meat was in the name, but it's not. Cheesesteak. Should Cheesesteak dual wield? Or should Cheesesteak just use a 2-hander that we can probably just copy straight from our Ranger? If we're going to dual wield eventually, I'm happy to pick up the sword skill, which would actually help me out a bit right now. But if we're not going to dual wield eventually, I am lazy and would prefer not to pick up an extra skill that we don't need. Because it clutters up the UI slightly in a way. We want to do dualies? Do we have anybody contradicting dualies? I feel like we're probably not going to get any contradiction on that. So this is 3d11 damage. This would be this would give me almost 2.5 times. It's like 2 1/3 times the base damage. So let's go to the weapon store, and we're going to learn the sword skill. We're locked in. Dual wield is how it's going to be. So this does... You know what? I was correct the first time, because that 1 point of skill gives me a little bit of damage. It is, in fact, 150%, not 130%. Let's go. Okay, so we're doing 2.5 times as much damage. That's pretty decent. And we don't need any other swords, because this is the best sword that we have, I think. So, at the moment... how likely do we think it is that the developers are going to add in an exemption to disable bows for if the first slot is PBJ? Probably low, right? I can probably just sell these bows. I don't think that we need to worry about it. It happened the one time, but I don't think it's going to happen again. So, let's go to the cell. We have 2d9. That's definitely not enough. 3d6, not enough. 2d7. This is a 1d2. 3d7. This is something that would go on the character that's on. We can just compare it directly. We have a longbow that we do not need. We have a crude spear of sparks. Makeshift hammer. Goblin Scimitar, Elven Saber. We have a Dwarven Dagger here that's 1d13 plus 7 that will go in our offhand eventually. That is a thing that we will eventually be dual wielding. And arguably I should have thought of that with the swords as well. This is a very decent spear, actually. This is, what, 2d31? If you're wielding it in two hands, that's not bad. We do not need this. This is 2d7 plus 4. Again, we can use this in offhand, so we might as well hold on to that. We don't need these root clubs. Let's see here. And the way that I should be doing this, I had set up an entire system for myself the last time where I would set up one character as the person who holds on to the stuff that I'm selling. I could hold on to this to throw it in my offhand if I don't end up with a better weapon, but I don't think that that's going to happen. I really hope that that's not my best axe when I get mastery in, like, after I've gotten the ranger promotion in 6 centuries. Yeah, we should probably be fine to do that. Okay, is that all the weapons that we need to sell? No. 2d5, 1d17. We're not picking up the spear skill, which is unfortunate because the spear skill does give a very nice proc, and technically speaking, our ranger could make good use of it. They can grandmaster it, but we're not going to do so. We're not picking up that skill because we made them a minotaur, and we're damn well going to use the fact that we made them a minotaur. they're not going to swap. Okay, so we can reorganize your inventory. We can sell all of our scrolls. I think our vampire is going to be the person. Shit. Were any of those the cure disease scrolls? Wait a second. Wait a second. They weren't, right? Okay, none of these are actually the cure disease scrolls. We're fine. That is the thing that I'm... Usually I don't, like, reload if I think that I sold an item that I want to keep. Usually I don't. That was a situation where it's like, wait, this is like a quest item that's a huge pain in the ass to get more of. So let's make sure that I didn't completely bone myself so I can't do that quest. Let's see. Keep you out of there. This has increased the spell points. I don't think I can give this to you, right? I mean, I can give it to you, but I don't think it... Yeah, it won't give me... There. It's interesting that I have 50% mana. Could I cast... It does say I have 50%. There's no way. There's no way that it would allow me to maintain a thing, right? That would be crazy. Okay. We're going to go here. We're going to check this. This is... I just realized that it also has plus 12 might and endurance on it. Okay, so that is just an upgrade. This crown we do not need. We're going to move these things eventually. Okay, armor. Hammer hands, ice bolt, fire resistance. Oh shit, we have a bunch of stuff in this inventory. I didn't realize that we'd swapped to inventory 2. Oh my god! Level required 396! That is funny. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of this. This. Wizard Eye, Stun, Torchlight, Oracle Orb, Torchlight, Wizard Eye. Okay. Cloak of Fire Resistance with level 14 required. This is my Cure Disease thing. So, we actually have an unidentified eyeball amulet. I guess we could just slap this. You're the person with Identify Monster, right? You are. So, I could just slap that on you. It's free. Also gives me a shit ton of extra SP that I can't use because I don't have any spells. But, do that. We don't need to throw the old halberd in yet. We just sell all of this bullshit. Okay, this is Hammer Hands. This is Ice Bolt. And I guess we can sell the crown. So we have 30 grand. That's enough to get expertise in 3 skills. Regen over time. I think I prefer the 13 might and endurance. So let's sell this. Do we have anybody who needs boots? Yes. So this just gives us a tiny bit of a armor upgrade. This is personality and meditation skill. That needs to get slammed onto you. I guess we'll just throw this on as well, because I have literally nothing on you. I'm not going to keep this. Okay, this is a cloak. We'll just... I'm realizing that I don't have cloaks on basically anybody. Okay, we'll hold on to this cloak for now. This is funny that this gives me a vitality increase. In addition to the power increase from... Why are you... Oh, okay. Because that's how big those things are. Okay, we're going to go over here. We're going to go to the inventory management stream. It turns out we're not going to deal with the water today at all. It's just going to be all inventory all the time. That's not true, but it would be funny. Okay. Now, air resistance helm that we don't need. Buckler that we don't need. Buckler that we don't need. Buckler that we don't need. This we don't need. Oh, we have... Okay, we can't equip it. Not yet. Phantom Cloak. Just slap it on. Cloth Hat. Heroism and air resistance. Normal Zircon. We might need that. We will hold on to it. Alchemy Ring of +2, I don't think is necessary. Sparkling Ring, get rid of that. And we can
don't touch the merchandise.
Sell this. Do we have the ability to just sell all 4 of these? We sure do. So let's just do that. We don't need to move those into a different inventory. We can just sell them. I still can't believe we got that Oracle Orb on like the first boss. Wild. This is truly a blessed run. Let's see here. I say that. Is it going to be blessed enough to protect me from my own incompetence? Probably not. But we have set ourselves up for failure very significantly here with the way that we spent our skill points at the very start. Forgetting about the fact that we need 8 instead of 4 skill is that was a big error. Who doesn't have gloves? Everybody has gloves, imagine. You have really, really garbage gloves. I'll give this to you. Okay, we have the AGs. This is an artifact, so we need to hold on to it. We're not getting rid of that. Jump. And... Okay, letter to Felmoon. Okay, everything in here should be something I can get rid of, except for all of the garbage that I can't get rid of because it's potions, but those are easily identifiable. Okay, we're almost done. It's almost time. It's almost time. Which part's okay? Me just investing all those skill points that don't do anything for me right now. It's gonna be a while before we make any use of any of those skill points. I mean, arguably we did get some value out of pumping our body skill. It did allow us to escape the island. You know, so we did get some value. It's just fairly marginal. Okay. Let's put these on you, just for funsies. We have this that we can use at 15. At some point, I'm going to want to... Okay, how many... Okay, we have 5 of these that I'm seeing so far. Okay, we need to sell all of these shields that we have in this inventory, and then we'll be golden, I think. Let's get it done.
Come back.
Okay, it's the Lich Stitch. So, now, you know, in this case, Liches give stitches. Ho ho! And we're going to try to go over here. We'll grab whatever items we can get from here. We can also see like how tough we are relative to these enemies now. They should be bolstering up. So they should be sizably higher. But a level 1 with like no gear versus like level whatever we are with some gear is a night and day difference. So we should be able to get some good work done here. We're going to see how many... Anybody up there? Oh, yep. So we can hit them on the bridge. It looks like it's going to take about 3 hits for them to outright kill a party member. That would be my guess. A king can probably do it in 2, but I think a shaman did half of my max HP. So unless it got a low roll there, which is entirely possible, I think that it would take 3 hits to kill that character outright. Now, admittedly, that is a character wearing plate armor with a lot of stuff going for them. But yeah, I think we should be able to clear out the enemies reasonably fast here, but we are vulnerable to getting burst down. We're vulnerable to getting burst down, particularly by the high tiers. Things are going fairly smoothly here, but we'll see how long that lasts. We're just going to walk up here. Isn't there... where's the spawn point? There we go. No? Okay. Where's the spawn point? Huh. I'm actually going to dive, just because we'll see what happens. I don't know how many, like, high tiers there are. It looks like there's at least 1. There goes Cheesesteak. Look, I did say. I did say. Okay. That is a king. Okay. So, we're going to pop in here. Okay, we've got 2 kings there. I don't know if... Oop, that's concerning. Okay, we're going to try to kill this one. And then... Ooh, there's more than one. Okay, that was a... Whoa. Okay. That's another Goblin King down. I think I might have seen a third, but I might not have. I don't know whether I did or not. There's one on the bridge somewhere. Oh. Well, shit. It walked off the bridge at some point. That was rude. It walked off the bridge and killed me. How dare you? Alright. So this is fine. So we're basically going to use this bridge as a... How'd you get in the water? Okay, that's unusual. That is unusual behavior. Okay, let's try. You know, maybe we shouldn't pull absolutely every enemy. The problem is that, like, that's more fun. Okay, that was not where I should have been standing, but that's okay. Okay, we have vision on it. It has vision on us. Okay, this one's wandering around. Rude. Okay, this is the Journeyman. We know there's a top tier here, and it hits for about 60% of my plate user's max HP with its physical attack. Okay, you're on the bridge somewhere. You're no longer in a controlled position. Where are you? Jeez! Hey, buddy. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry. Everything's fine. I didn't just get jump scared by the most predictable repositioning in human history. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, we're popping over here. Let's see. We can open this.
We could sell it down this way.
Ooh, hello. 13 might and endurance. 1d5 isn't particularly interesting. So might and endurance, huh? You have 25 endurance. You need the endurance boost. So we're going to give that ring over to you. So this is going to dramatically increase the probability that they survive when they get knocked unconscious. Okay, that's not going to be useful even when we level into it, I think. So we're fine. So we cleared this out. Now we have to take a look. We need a shit ton more XP, right? Yes. We're looking to get... Our bolster level in Might Magic 7 is still 0. It's going to take so long before we can do that. I never actually bothered to loot this. Okay, save under Lich Stitch. So, let's get all of these materials out of this inventory. And ditto for these. Okay, we probably could have just dropped them. So we're going to just jump across here and grab the thing. I guess we'll also tag this. And... we're getting a reasonable bit of regen out, even with just item-based regen and no actual regen skill. So we tag the obelisk, and we grab the horseshoes, which is the reason that is actually important to get here. So now we have a few options for what to do next. Bodybuilding expert is something I should invest in at some point, but I should probably invest in that after we have resolved some of our other shenanigans. Do we have enough? We have enough that we could invest immediately to get ourselves regeneration. I think we do that. I think that that's a good call.
That wasn't so bad.
Right? If we do that, then we'll have regen on everybody. And I don't know how big of a regen it'll be. I have a suspicion that it's going to be weaker than the...
The magic of spirit, mind, and body.
than the Thinger is. But that's fine. We're doing it. So, it's time to horseshoe it up. So we need quite a few of them. And how many do we need? We currently have 15 that we need. So we need a total of 12. So we just need 6 of these. Okay. And then we just pump blood to 8. Blood is 8. We have the ability to train that up to expertise somewhere. I'm going to guess here. That's correct. We now have Blood Expert. With Blood Expert, we should be able to immediately cast Regen. And we can have Regen active at the same time as we have the other thing. So that's pretty good. This says 6 days, 23 hours. Is that... I guess that's how the new buff system shows its stuff, presumably. Is that just going to refresh periodically? That's probably just going to refresh. Okay, so we now have regen. Let's take a look. How much regen do we have on you now? 1.2. So the regen spell is not nearly as powerful in the early game as the regen skill, because the regen skill has been changed to add just a flat one per level in addition to its other effects, but the other effects are weaker. So the regen skill at low level is very, very strong. But then as you get... so it's like really worth investing in it early. As you progress, it's going to get weaker and weaker and weaker because that integer value is going to not scale with your hit points, right? You're just getting the +1. So as a result of that, the basic gist is early game regeneration is going to be more powerful even at normal skill. But then later in the game, you need to actually invest into mastery to get it to keep its value that it had before. That's my understanding of the balance change that was made at some point fairly recently. This was also after they had already kind of like weakened the skill. So we'll just have to see. So we've got this done. We're now going to go to this area over here. Unfortunately, we have 2 characters who aren't regenerating, which means that they're very susceptible to getting killed slowly. I mean, not regenerating quickly like the others are. The others are regenerating very fast. So those 2 are very susceptible. But again, I guess now that I think about it, these things were basically one-shotting me. So either way, we should probably just pull this goblin to a safe position. So we pull you to here, and we beat you up. It's fairly fast because our DPS relative to our durability is like very, very one-sided. We have a lot of DPS compared to how durable we are. So that means that we will be able to clear these out fairly quickly. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a large pull here. We're going to try to just pull a bunch of these and hopefully not die. We are unfortunately getting them closer to us every time we change our vector. That's swift. I didn't even notice it was... Oh, you can walk on water, my friend. Okay. Those things in the back could kill me, so I am going to invest into just healing, because they are potentially going to hit me through this thing, because they can shoot over it. So, for now, we're going to take out the Swift Goblin King, because I don't know what the hell happened with it, but for some reason, it got on this side, and then it walked back to the other side, or got stuck in the middle of it. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. So we're going to walk a little bit closer, and we're going to start clearing these out. And this... this bridge is... or not bridge, it's a dock. This dock is going to hopefully... I don't know why these are all stuck here right now. I do know. This is just a thing that happens sometimes. Okay, so this is extremely dangerous. So we're looking for these to get released. Okay, this one is released. That released this one. Okay, we've now got a release chain. Ooh! That was very concerning. Okay, I think what we're going to do here... We've now killed all the ones directly in front of us. We're going to try... just, like, kind of leaving. We're now in the green. Did any of these move? It looks like that clump has not moved. So, we're now in a very dangerous situation, so I should probably save under danger. Where we have to figure out a way to basically release all of those. You can get Master Dagger already? Okay. That's good to know. Do we want to... We should probably invest in Arms Master first, considering that we're literally using a club. However, getting Expert Dagger allows us to dual wield. We don't have any decent daggers, but that's okay. We're going to invest in Dagger. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter right now. There's no reason to do that. It's very silly to invest into a skill right now that I just don't have any need for, because we're literally incapable. It does literally nothing, because we're not even using a dagger. Okay. So, moving around to here has not released them. I don't know what... Fuck. So we aggroed the other group. Okay. The Goblin King up there is moving. It's no longer moving. God damn it. I had high hopes for that. Because if we got just the Goblin King to disengage from that pack, that would be super clutch. Because the Goblin King is the thing that I'm most concerned about just one-shotting me. Because going unconscious isn't a big deal. Like, any enemy that isn't going to kill me by dropping me below, like, a specific threshold, I don't actually care that much about their damage. The thing that's more important than, like, the total damage of the pack is actually the individual bursts of damage that take a person from low HP to dead, or in the case of a Goblin King, from fairly high HP to dead. That's the thing that we're actually concerned about. So we got this done. That actually went pretty clean. Like, way more clean than I would have expected. So naturally we should take a bunch of risks while we're finishing things up. Okay, we're no longer in danger. We can just save under Lich Stitch. And we can loot all of these bodies. This is a huge pile of bodies. And let's go ahead and look at what we got.
It's worthless. It's worthless.
We got a shield off of the boss. The really funny thing is the elemental resistances boost. That's actually a thing that I would love to have. That's actually a really solid affix for the way that I'm building my party. Does it matter for this point in the game? Not that much necessarily. It's fairly useful for making the dive over here. But it's not like... My party is probably not going to be surviving that much longer with something like that in play. Either way, it doesn't matter, because we're not training the shield skill on anybody. We have characters who can use shields. But we're not going to make them use shields. We're not going to do the transitionary stuff. There is no strategic reason not to take shield and dump all these cool shields onto either my thief or my vampire. These characters that are eventually going to be dual wielding, but who are for now unable to, right? There's no reason to do things the way that I'm doing them, except I just feel like it. Okay, that was predictable. So, we're going to walk away. Like a little bit. I should probably heal up before we start baiting out attacks here. But I like shields, though. Oh, Jesus! Oh, boy, that was spooky. Did you lock yourself in again? You son of a bitch. How dare you? How dare you relock yourself? That was such a bad idea. That was such a bad... Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's actually not. The thing is that I actually really love shields. I really like making just like the tankiest, like most like silly, durable character who's just like impervious to harm. I haven't done it in Maw, but I really should at some point make an actual like tank build like properly. The only issue with doing that is that some of the fights felt like fairly slow on my early playthroughs, and I would obviously prefer not to have the fights go slow. But part of that, like, that's like an optimization issue that doesn't rely on, like, I could make a paladin or something that's just like just completely out of control. I'm sure, right? And I should probably do that at some point. I should probably make a cover character. The primary reason that I don't do that is the fact that AoEs are such a major component of the game that I want to have everybody be fairly durable anyway, right? But I should make a party at some point where we have a paladin who is just like a lich paladin or a lich seraph. I don't know which would be more effective between those two. I'd have to look. Because I'm trying to... I think the spear debuff, I think, is a stacking debuff. So the spear debuff, you would want... So, like, if I was going to do that, just in theory, if I was going to make that build, the thing that I would do,
Now this will do.
people who know will notice that I continuously shift. I press 3 to target Elvis before I open crates, even though Elvis isn't even the person with disarm. And the reason that I do that is because I almost always have my disarm character as the third out of the 4 slots, but instead, because there's 5 slots, they're in my 4th slot. And so you will note that I will continuously do that, even though A, I don't need to in the first place because the skill is shared, and B,
We could sell it.
it's the wrong character. Okay.
Lucky.
That is actually a. No, I was just 21. It looks nice because I'm used to looking at the leather armor, but no, it's 21 is not going to be an upgrade over what we've got. It's a little bit of an armor upgrade or a durability upgrade because it's got so much more thinger, but that's not a good way to get our durability up. No, they do not stack. In the vanilla games, you can get +1 per 5 minutes for regen, and that's it. I don't even know if it stacks with the artifacts. So like if you have like I think Hermes Boots has regen built in. I don't even know if it works for Hermes Boots. So give me just a second. Somebody's knocking on my door. And that's a food delivery that I don't need to worry about. It's for somebody else. So, there's multiple bosses over there. What are you? You're exploding. You're a fixator. Love those effects for me. I would love for one of you to be swift, actually, because then you could just cross the ocean to me. Which would be a huge pain. Oh, God. This is an issue. This is a major issue. How do we feel about Goblin Watch? The bosses was an exploder and a fixator. That wasn't the thing that I was thinking was going to be an issue. The thing that I'm thinking about being an issue is the fact that I have to clear both of these islands completely, most likely. And I don't have jump. And I also don't have water walking. So I'm now realizing that I'm in a particularly bad position to handle what's coming. I am a little concerned that I'm not going to be able to click on this. The following you would be foolish. Basically, Fixator, I believe the way that it works is that it procs weakness on attacks, and it prioritizes attacking characters who are weak. So, in theory, you might be able to manipulate the Fixator AI by triggering weakness in one character. You could do that by hasting your party and then curing weakness when the haste wears off. Wait, no, the haste won't wear off now. I'm not sure how you would do that. You would need a pedestal of haste to make that work. So I'm not sure. But if you could get weakness onto your tank, the fixator will just keep hitting your tank. My assumption is that the fixator might do additional damage to weakened targets as well, but I'm not positive on that. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but the thing that I've noticed is that it does tag you with weakness. I know that much. Okay, we're gonna try to just leave. I cannot believe it. I think they've changed the projectile that the wizards are using. We're gonna cross the water here.
That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad.
Okay, we're now out of range of their attacks. So, unfortunately, crossing the river again is going to be a problem, but I did want to not have to deal with the opening each time. So we have a pack of Goblin Kings here to deal with, and then we have... is that another boss? There's 2 exploding Goblin Kings and a Fixator over there. And they're spread out so thoroughly. God damn. Okay, this is a problem. We don't have water walking. This is an issue. Okay, so what we would need to do optimally, if I want to, I'm gonna think about what I need for this. We're going to jump over here. We're going to start aggroing these things, and we're going to start rotating down here. The issue is we don't actually have enough regen to do the really, really long route that I would need to make that work. So I don't even know if I can run just there and back. We're gonna see. What I'm gonna try to do here. The reason I'm gonna focus on this island first, because this island is the thing that's the most important thing. The other island is maybe not even necessary. These 3 bosses might, between that and the rest of this island, give me enough experience to do what I need to do. The other one will not. I definitely know for a fact that I'm going to have to break into this island significantly either way. So, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to drag as much of this island this direction as I can, right? And we're going to see how much of that we can do. We've got this pack drawn as far forward as we can. So, with that being the case, this is now in a bad position that I do not love. I would like for you to be further this way. However, I don't know what I can do to solve that necessarily. We're going to jump across. I'm going to get to here. And then my goal now is to get... Ooh, we got tagged, so she's dead. And I don't think we're going to be able to survive that, even if we don't get hit by any attacks. So, that is not a route we can take, unfortunately. So, we could get over here, and then in theory, I think we can just rotate back the other way, if we don't time it badly like that, and get to here. So if we do this, what we're basically looking to do, that worked. We got all 3 of the bosses on this side of the shrine. This is the strat. So, we need to do this again, and we need to do it successfully, and it'll be fine. So we're jumping across here. We're going to rotate to here. We need to now turn around successfully and jump. We need to get through here and not get tagged from behind. We need to rotate in a way that we put the distance. Okay, we didn't want to rotate too far in the other direction. Unfortunately, for some reason, this time we didn't get any of these assholes to come to us. One of them, I think, got further away. Excuse me? I don't think it got further away. It just went into a position that's less useful to me. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to jump over here. And once we're over here, we're going to save it under danger. I'm going to see if at full HB I can get there and back. There are a lot of top tiers, which is part of the issue here. But let's save this under danger. We now have a fairly open route to get to here. The issue is that there's so many top tiers here that can just kill me like that, right? It's not like it's just the bosses. It's every single one of these assholes. So, what could I do about you? I think that this is not going to work. We're going to go back to the Lich Stitch. How long ago was this? Okay, I think Lich Stitch is... Yes, this is after I maneuvered these the first time. We're going to try to get them maneuvered again, but the issue is that they're now in a bad position for this. Do we... Let's try to get you all... Let's try to get them all to this side of the island. Alright, we've rotated a bunch of them, including, I think, the Exploding Goblin King here might have moved. Was it? I think it was on the other side of this before, wasn't it? Wasn't it, like, a little bit over here? So we might have actually pulled that a bit. If we pulled that a bit, then that's great. We can pull two of them toward us, and... And hopefully allow ourselves... And I don't think this moved this time. We might need to jump in the water to get a little bit closer. But this might end up working. We'll see. We're going to basically go over here. We're going to jump in the water. And our goal now is just to walk along this way a little bit and hope that we got close enough for the thing in the back to come to us. I don't know that we did, though. We got close, we did enough for the other one to run away from us, which is the opposite of what we're looking to accomplish. Love that for me. Okay. Ooh. Survived! We survived. Okay. So, everything's fine. We're in the green again. And one of them came, but not the other. God damn. I'm going to see what I can do with the shrine now. We're going to go ahead and hit save on this. And we're basically just going to rotate over to that shrine, I think. That's also the expert water magic person, right? So I think that we would need to train with them. Didn't at one point we do some crazy run where we ran over there, trained water magic, cast water walking, and then ran back? I think we did, right? That was how we actually managed to handle this on one of the attempts.
Can't identify that.
Okay, we're gonna save this. We're gonna try. Okay. If we could get... See, the issue is that they are moving fast enough that I don't know that that's gonna work. I think we did get it to work. I think we, like, jumped over there and did some crazy shenanigans. I think it worked. So, one of the questions here is going to be, are we going to be able to make this work? And the answer is probably not. If we could jump, we might be able to do some weird shenanigans with this. But we can't jump. How are we going to make this place work? These are in such a bad position. Okay, one thing that I can think of right now is making a run like this. Unfortunately, that one is making my life a little bit miserable with its positioning. These two are so low that there's no shot that we're going to be able to survive by doing this. And those are faster than me now, I think. Those goblins were right on my ass. Okay. I guess I could do the opposite strat. Of what I've been doing, and just pull everybody back to here. The issue is that without being able to stay in the water for longer, this is not a super viable means of getting around. Regeneration is not doing the work that I needed to do. It would need to be... If regeneration was as strong as the skill, then I would be in a pretty solid position. But it's not. And it shouldn't be, right? Like, the regen spell is affecting the entire party. I don't think that it should be. I'm just saying, if the regen spell was as powerful, then we would be in pretty good shape. As it is, I think we might need to just reload danger, even. Actually, you know what? No, I think we're in a better position than we were in danger. Let's just go over here, and we're going to resave under danger.
That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so
We're going to make this work. There's basically nobody over here. So our goal is to get to the very tip of this island and basically clear the very tip of this island. If we can clear the very tip of this island, which we probably can't do because these are still, you know, a cadre of top tiers. Like, look how many top tiers are on us right now. This is like 5 top tiers. So, let's see. What do we want? So it looks like we've got about a dozen enemies on us right now. That was pretty funny. We got all the characters dead and then managed to right-click before the thing killed us. Before the tick happened. Let's see here. Frame perfect pausing. Let's go. I don't know if that's actually frame perfect. I don't know how many frames it takes for the game to trigger the death sequence. Let's see.
Very weak.
Okay, we have a garbage staff. Ooh. We gotta figure this place out. Do we... We could try to clear enough of Goblin Watch that we can leave the dungeon. That might be the best thing for us to do, given this is a particularly unlucky roll where I think we fought one boss that wasn't on this island, right? So, like, every boss is on this island. In this whole zone. I need to successfully dodge
That wasn't so bad.
more attacks. And the thing is that I feel like if I got a really good run in there, I would still run into the... So I would need to be able to maneuver them around quite a bit to be able to get into that shrine. And I don't know... Like, the easiest way to do it, in theory, would be if I could lure enough enemies to this side of the island and the north face of the island. If I could lure enough enemies this direction, I might be able to get to the island in the green. If I can get to the island in the green, I have quite a lot of stuff I can do that's not currently on the table for me. Because I'm starting out with like 40% life. If I can survive a single hit, I think that one of the things that I was doing on previous runs was just sort of taking some chip damage off of the enemies, like running at them, doing a little bit of chip damage, and running back. But I think I must have been doing that with water walking, right? Because I'm definitely taking too much damage to consistently get there and back. Certainly from the position over there that I would want to do it from. So if I hadn't gotten hit there, we actually could do that. And that would allow us to do some chip damage. It would take a while. Oh, right. We also had access to things like jump in pretty much all of our attempts. Oh, you are not at full HP. Okay, we are in a bad position to start this fight. We're not going to try to do chip damage there. Instead, we're just going to rotate. And this hasn't done anything useful to us. We're kind of just randomizing their location, it looks like. Because they'll either rotate clockwise or anti-clockwise. Counterclockwise if you're freaky. And... I don't know. The most obvious routes to take involve getting onto the island. So, like, if I could get onto the island from here and run across the back of the island successfully, then I could hypothetically get some interesting stuff accomplished. If I could just get you both aggroed, can I actually rotate like this and pull you further away from that corner along with anybody else? I mean, kind of, but not really. So this one has rotated all the way to this corner. These are all on this side now, which I guess is good. I think that might be the strat. This is the only way that we've found that actually moves all of the bosses at the same time, right? Like, this is the scenario that gets us close enough to all of the bosses to manipulate their positioning. And it's not a super hard jump. We now have 2 that have gone all the way to here. We have 1 up here, which is the fixator. And how would I deal with you? I feel like the way that I deal with you is I do kind of the opposite, but I just kind of run straight toward you and then kind of just run straight back, maybe? Because this did move, it just didn't move in a way that's useful to me. Please? Okay, we survived. Did we accomplish anything? You did not move an inch. You did not move at all. So, we've got them on this side of this place now. Let's go ahead and save this under danger. I'm not a huge fan of some of the positioning that we've got here, so we'll see how it goes. I'm just going to jump across. It doesn't do enough damage to not do it. Alright, so if we can now... We can look at what's going on now. And we still have you, Goblin King. You sure are. And that's a mage, and that's a mage, and that's a Goblin King. So, we've now got a sizable pack. Over here. We've actually rotated that very far. This is rotated all the way. Can we get far enough away that you stop walking back? Okay, let's see if we can kill this one wizard, this one mage over here. If we can kill this one mage, that would be a very useful proof of concept. We have a bunch of enemies over here. And the thing that we're looking to see is how many enemies are going to actually show up when we do this. How many are still close enough that... Take a look here. We've got... If we get this far, we aggro the bosses. And it does look like we've got quite a few that are... Is that a... This looks like an exclamation point. I think... So we do aggro this boss from here. That's the exploder. That's not the fixator. We might be able to lure this closer to us. It took too long. We delayed too long. We might be able to lure this close enough that we can kind of just like walk up to it. You're going the wrong direction. Okay, you're not actually aggroed. I saw it moving and I figured it was aggroed, but it wasn't. It was just activated. Alright, so we're going to move this way. You're now approaching me, I think. This is a hard sell here. It takes a while for me to get close enough to trigger this thing to even approach. Wow, it's not even approaching me yet. Okay. Let's see. So we have aggroed this fairly rapidly. I don't think this place is going to work. I don't think we can do the thing that we did last time. There's just so many bosses on this island. Between the 3 bosses and then all of the others, I don't know. The only thing that I can think of is managing to get into the shrine in a way that doesn't allow the others to kill me. And I don't
'Tis but a scratch. Tis but a scratch.
This is an egg that we have to crack every single time that we come here, and every time it's a very painful and difficult thing to do. And I just don't know that I have the tools necessary to make this work right now. We could try doing the other island full of Goblin Kings. My concern is that I need over a full level, and I don't know that I'm going to get a full level off of that island. We're going to try to get the EXP that we need off of that island. But it might make more sense to actually go to Goblin Watch. Going to Goblin Watch and trying to get enough clearance to leave, I think that's the play. I think that's the play. We're going to try that. We're heading to Goblin Watch. And we're going to try to clear enough of this dungeon that we can actually just leave the dungeon safely. So we're going to save this under danger, and we're going to save this under Lich Stitch. And we'll probably be saving under danger when we get in here to find the key. Who has it? I know I have it. There it is. Alright, we have the key to Goblin Watch out. Let's go. So,
Let's go in.
we have to clear a lot of this dungeon. Oh, jeez. These are... Okay, I was not giving enough respect to the goblins. Whoopsie doopsie. How much food do I have? I have 18 food. We're golden.
Looks like this one's all right.
We're golden. Okay. Hey, Malekith. You know, we'll see. My hope here is that I can get about a level and a quarter, which I think is what I need to be able to go back to the other location. And then, once we have that, we'll be in okay shape. But we'll see. There's a Goblin King in this pack. Ooh, and it leaked. It leaked early. I don't like that for me. Okay. Goblin King is here. Nope. Ooh, you leaked in a nasty, nasty way. How dare you. Okay. Fuck. Okay, we got the Goblin King down. I think there's still a Goblin Shaman on us. Yeah, if we clear this... Did I not have a Goblin Shaman? Okay, we don't have a Goblin Shaman on us. So we're going to clear out this initial section here. You know what? I'm not going to loot these yet. We're going to loot these when we come back to save. We haven't gotten really any loot today because we came immediately to New Sorpigal. I mean, technically we got Aegis, but we already knew that that was coming, and we don't have any shield users. So, not a ton in terms of gear, though we had a lot of cool stuff in our inventory that we just had. Yeah, these are basically like the first enemies that we're actually killing today. Not quite the first, but pretty close. Okay, that's a major concern. Because they are regenerating, which means that there's the possibility that they get picked up and then immediately get knocked back down and killed. Whew. Oop. We have found... I think we found another cool shield. Yeah, you know, with no preservation, regen is kind of a mixed bag. It's still mostly good to have it, but there's definitely significant downside to it in there's a leecher. I think we might be okay here. If this thing stays stuck, we... Getting Water Walk requires, like, 4 more levels. That's, like... That's a ways away. We picked up regen instead because I decided to lean into it. We'd already spent the points getting it up to 4, and I decided to just go all the way. I wouldn't have had enough points to get Water Walk without getting at least some more levels anyway. Okay, we got that dealt with. If we can clear out this whole section, I believe we can go save in the corner. So we just need to get through a couple more packs. Don't love that for me. Ooh, really don't love that. Okay, we could have very easily died there. We positioned ourselves very badly. Okay. All set. But yeah, the strategies that I would use to get to that island relied on either having jump or water walking in the past, and the fact that I have neither is a big issue. Like, it's like a catastrophic problem. So, fuck. I have somebody who's critically injured already. Fuck. Okay, this is not the top tier. That's a mid tier, I believe. Okay. No, that was the top tier. For some reason, I thought that giant... Maybe it's in a different game that giant rat is mid tier and then huge rat or something is top tier. I should not be moving forward while somebody's injured. Okay. So if we clear out the rest of that room, it might not have anything in it. Okay, we're set. I think we might actually need to clear these as well. I think we probably do. I'm going to just walk over here quick and make sure that we can't just casually throw out a save. We have so much food. We cannot casually throw out a save. We do need to clear that room. Let's see. We're swapping worlds for bolstering. We're trying to do max bolster. So we're basically leaving the second that we get usually 2 levels. So it's like 1 level to catch up and then the other level to get the other one higher. Fuck. Ooh, this is a bad pull. I did not do a good job here. I've gotten so lucky here so far. I deserve to lose this right here. I might still lose it if I don't give the last remaining ones respect. Okay. In the green. Okay. We're saving the game under danger. We're not saving it under dungeon because dungeon is from a different save file and I haven't bothered to figure out how I'm doing that. I'm going to go AFK for just a second because some food arrived and I don't know if the person who's supposed to get it has realized that the food has arrived. Okay, we back. So we've got our first save done. Now, we have a shit ton of food, which is nice because it means that we can do luxury saves. And I think we're going to loot all of the nonsense in here. I'm now realizing that I think there's a bunch of garbage
It won't fit.
boxes or something that we are not. Gotta open all the doors. You can't leave any door unturned. I think there's garbage pails here that we won't be able to loot immediately because we don't have perception, but that's okay. That's fine. We are going to pop over here. We're going to tag Nilbog. And then we have a bunch of enemies that are going to immediately attack us. Yes. So we have some rats that are immediately aggroed. They're not approaching because they feel like making my life harder than it needs to be. Rude? The fuck? They're just like guarding the door. Okay.
Ow.
One more. Got way too close to it there, but that's fine. We're going to open the door. Okay, there are enemies that are right in front of this door. Hit the torch instead of the... Oh my god, they already attacked me? That's a soul sucker. We need to pull out. We're gonna go around a couple of corners here. The hope is that we can make it just the soul sucker. And instead we made it just a random common rat. Whew. Okay. We do have at least one soul sucker here, so we're not going to move. Oh my god!
I don't know.
that is true. Ooh, I should probably have. Okay, we need to. I'm gonna go deal with those fights first, and then we'll loot before we save, I guess, because I don't want to waste a save on this. Yeah, so we have a venomous soul sucker there. That's a problem because those are difficult to deal with. I think I'm gonna have to find a strat that. Yeah, super fast and venomous because of the fact that poison can kill now. Means that if it lands a single hit, I'm automatically dead. There's no getting away from death if it lands a hit. I just die instantly because it's automatically going to poison me. So we're rotating to here. The hope is that we can use this wall to our advantage. We are going to wait for a little bit because we don't know where the enemies are. We want them to lock in. And that's rude. Okay, this is just a rat. Nope, we got something big up there. And by big, I mean flying. Okay, large rat is dead. Oh well, I think Elvis is dead, but maybe not. We might be able to survive this. We are going to try to get through at least the first few areas without buying anything from the stores. In terms of, like, without buying any spells. We're going to make the attempt. I don't know if we're going to be able to realistically do it, but I think there's a decent chance that we can. We have access to water walking without buying a spell. Fuck. So, where the fuck are you? We're going to try to save. We can save. Okay, we're going to save. We're saving this under danger. We're not going to save yet, actually. We are going to loot, and then we're going to save. So this I don't think is going to be super valuable. There is the possibility that while we go out to loot, we pull the enemies closer to us, and then we can't come back here to save. If that happens, then, you know, more fool me. But we'll see. We will see. Okay. So there's a chest over here. I don't see any enemies right now. And this chest has nothing of particular value at the moment. Chests are affected by bolster. I believe, however, that chests are affected by bolster when you enter the dungeon, because the loot is populated when you first enter the area, whereas the enemies in the area will bolster anytime you reload the zone. Like, they'll recheck their level, but I don't think that the items in chests do. So when I enter the zone for the first time, I'm locking in what the loot is in the chests. But the enemies can be bolstered beyond that, which is why we're going to be leaving areas as soon as we level to do max bolster. I was thinking in the past that the enemy level was locked in on first entry, but it's not. So, why did I go this far forward? Oh my god. Okay, we're fine for now. I can't see what enemies are where. We have 3 common rats. And we do have... Okay, it's coming in. We're going to try to rotate around here. Okay, it missed 2 attacks. I think this is the Venomous. We're in a position where we can hit it without it hitting back, so we're going to just sit here. We're not going to lean out and then lean back in. There's the possibility that we push it into a position where it can attack us. We didn't do so. The Venomous is down. We're not in the red, and we got the amulet. So, That's done. That thing missed me like 3 times. If that hits me a single time, I die automatically. I have so much food that I've stockpiled that we are actually going to go save just from having killed that single venomous enemy. It's too fast and too dangerous to not just save. That was such good luck. The RNG on that, it missed 3 times in a row. Right? It might have missed like 2 times. It's possible that I went around this wall and blocked line of sight for one of the attacks. It's possible that it was only like 2 attacks. It was definitely attacking us multiple times and not getting the hits. If it had landed a single hit, we automatically die because it's venomous, so it automatically poisons me, and the poison that it has is going to just kill me outright. This might kill us right here. We don't... It's just going to come down to whether it drops us low enough to die before the poison runs off. And I think it will. It's going to be close. Poison wore off. So, this one isn't venomous, though. This isn't, it's not guaranteed on a single hit to poison us. So this one we're not going to go save for. This is not nearly as much of a threat. And obviously it's dealing way less base damage. I should probably take a look at that amulet. Is this the thing that dropped off of that boss? No, it was probably this. Poison and weakness immunity is very useful. It won't protect me from That's actually great. That's clutch. So this gives me a little bit of int that I don't use. It gives me some might, which I do use, but it means that this character, who's one of the characters that doesn't have regen, is now immune to poison. The characters with regen are way less susceptible to dying of poison. Now, if I run into another venomous enemy, then that enemy can still poison me. The poison immunity only applies to the non-venomous types. But a lot of enemies in here can poison. It's a huge deal to get immunity. Let's see. Whew. Okay. That side is clear. There's probably a big pack on this side. And yes, there's a fairly decent sized pack over there. I'm actually going to pull. Let's see. From the venomous poison. That would be nice. The having like a because it does feel sad to have like a piece of gear that is specifically for poison that doesn't do anything against poison. Like the most dangerous poisons. Let's see here. Where am I with me? Where do you show up? Okay, it's just here. That could be pretty cool. Does disease do damage now, or is it? Do you just mean having the effect of the damage taken? Should I consider damage taken to be a debuff or a buff? Am I buffing the damage taken? Let's see. How? There's really a lot of, like... For some reason, I've just been in a very linguistic, like, which technical definition would I want to go with? I think that we're going to do this because we need to break into a new pack here, and I just don't want to have to deal with all of those enemies again. So, like, we have, like, a whole new pack There's probably going to be some bosses in there. Though we have already killed 2 bosses. There's only so many bosses that are going to be in this dungeon. So... And we've actually made a good amount of progress through the dungeon. We've got 24% through the dungeon. And we still have the highest bolster level here. We haven't caught up to Might and Magic 8. So that's actually great. And Might and Magic 8 is actually fairly close to where we are now, which indicates that we weren't paying that close of attention when we got up here, but I think that we got there fairly close to where we needed to. Whoa, excuse you. Ooh, this is very likely going to be lethal. Okay, we still have 1 left here. Okay, take out the bloodsucker. You are uncomfortable. This is very bad for us, but we have good damage if they miss a couple of times. Fuck. Okay, we're fine. Okay, we're fine. We do have good armor class. Our characters are dodging a lot of these attacks. Whew. Unfortunately, I do not have Wizard Eye, so we're going to have to take this very slow. I seem to recall this area involving, like, a lot of, like... a lot of leaks before you get vision, but... maybe not. Like, we're getting pretty close to the point where we're going to just see all of the enemies that are there. So this is a rat pack. Please? Whew. Okay. Let's finish off the rest of this pack. That was 2 enemies? Wow, they were perfectly in sync. Like, they walked here completely on top. Okay, there's a giant rat here. We're going to actually pull back, which is not great to have to do, because the now we have to get back into position to continue to just sort of, like, peek slowly at them. So not great to have to do that, because now I have to, like, guess where I was, or just be way slower and more careful than I'm ever actually going to be. Like, we know that I'm gonna overextend here. Now we're past the point where that mattered, because we're now obviously deeper than we were before. Okay. There should be another goblin pack on the left side, I believe, that we haven't touched yet. And I don't remember... I wish that I actually was better at remembering the precise packs that exist in these places, like the actual spawns. I think there's maybe like 4 spawn nodes in here. Like 2 goblins and 2 rats or something like that. We can now see the other side. So we can use this corner to fight in at at the start here. So there's another rat pack here that we have aggroed more of than we probably should have. Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Okay, that one's toast. Fuck. Okay. We're making progress. Is there another group of goblins over there? In that corner? We're in the clear. So, we have 2 giant rats to deal with, I believe. Possibly just the one, but I think it's 2. Fuck me! If we die to this fucking... Okay. The regen, please! Don't do it! Regen, please, no! Don't kill me! There are 2. Oh, and I fucked up the kite. I'm so out of practice with actual, like, melee kiting. Okay. I think it's just the 2. I don't think there's 3. Oh, we were in the green. We can save this right here. Whew. Okay. So we're saving this under danger. How are we doing on EXP? We've now caught up to where we just were. Or not, we now need 1 more level's worth of EXP there. We're now at the same level that we are in 8.
How lucky. It's useless.
I don't remember which one is the trap chest. Ooh!
It's useless.
This isn't great, but it's something. Okay. Oh, these are slow because of the... Oh, there's 3 of them. You know, I thought that there were more than just the 2 that we saw just now, but... Okay. And we got the chain off of the thing. Did it go in my inventory? It has to.
Powerful this is.
Ancient quality steel chain of the Phoenix.
Shit won't fit.
You know? I'll take it. I'll take it. So fire resistance is great. The bosses, the Goblin Kings and the Goblin Shamans both do fire damage. So that's going to be very nice for me. It also gives me regen, which I love, and a shit ton of accuracy and speed. So I believe that it's just the 1 chest that triggers the enemy to spawn, but
It's useless.
I guess we'll find out. Okay, we have an infantry fork. Okay. So, we have 8 food left. And we are ready for the next bit. So, next bit... Just stack up to, like, what was it that I calculated the other day? Like 475% damage or whatever. Oh, God. Wow, we went the very bad route with this. Okay. That was not how I should have handled that. Yes, so the grayed out stats, let's see if I can... So if you use an item that that gives you, like, the you can basically put an enchantment on an item. If you use the enchant item, it'll give you this. So you'll get the water resistance plus X if you use one of those items. Yeah, and you can manipulate it by changing the item, right? So it's nice for a lot of reasons. It's nice because it means that you can consistently, like, see what's coming. But also, if you change the item, you will also change what will be added to the item. So you can basically preview what you would get, and then if you don't like what you've got, you can increase the level of the item or give you a different... change the item in other various ways, increase the stats on it. And each time you do that, you're kind of like re-rolling that affix. So, like, the way that you get items... So you don't have to take the specific things that are on there if you don't want. That's a tier 2. Okay, we're fine. Okay. We go to this side. That's a Goblin King we need to pull out. Wow. Oh, why are you locked? Didn't I open you already? I did not open this already. Alright, we're going to clear out a few more of these. We are now low on saves. We're not going to be able to save as willy-nilly as we have been so far. So I do need to be fairly careful. Okay, we got that one. Okay, there's more over there. There's not more on this side right next to me, but there might be more.
No match for me.
Got the Bloodsucker. Okay, this side I think is clear. So... the place that we would be getting more is from over there. Okay, that one's toast. It is tempting to save, but I don't think that we should do that yet. Maybe after this pack. We've killed a couple of Goblin Kings, right? Which are pretty dangerous. And we're now opening ourselves up to enemies that we just don't know what's here. But we know that some of them will be we know that there's going to be some suckers in here. So we've reached 40%. I think I will do another save. We're just going to be super careful with it, I think. No, you know what? We're not. That's fine. We can live dangerously. Because around the next corner, we can always just run into, like, a soul sucker that is going to require very specific response. This is a very bad situation. That was... Ooh, it's still bad. Still real bad. We have multiple characters who are in one-shot range. Okay. That one's toast. We're not in one-shot range for most characters from a goblin, but we are from a goblin king! Oh. Well, that's what happens when you play aggressively. Okay, so this is before or after we looted that stuff? I actually don't know. So we got it from 32 to 40%. Okay, we had not looted any of this when we saved. So we still have to kill the trio of thingers. We definitely should have saved. Also, we definitely should have equipped this. I should have gotten to a better place. The place that I should be running to is I should be running to the place that I dragged the Soul Sucker to. That's the safest place to bring the enemies if I run into a situation like that again. So we'll have to make sure to do that. That was. There was no reason for when things went south that way for me to die there. The only reason that I died there is... Wait. Is this not the same item?
How lucky.
This random differently. Interesting. Huh. Most of the loot is, like, preset. According to, like, a seed when you enter the dungeon. So I'm a little confused how that happened. It's not a big deal either way. I think this might be a slightly better piece, or it might be a slightly weaker piece. It has, I think, more armor on it than the other one did. The other one was of the Phoenix, so actually this is a substantial loss. God damn it, regeneration. Regeneration. Oh my god. Why you gotta do me like this? So is this gonna be the same item, or is this a different item? It's a different item!
Powerful this is.
Huh. Okay, so this is going to random each time I loot it, I guess? Okay. I don't think I was equipping any of this other stuff. This is the thing that I was supposed to equip that I still didn't equip. We're going to equip this. This is going to be the attempt. You're right, you're very slow right now. Okay. 294 damage. Holy shit, Elvis. Elvis is going crazy over here. Okay. Okay. So, we're going to get ourselves back up to the 40%. Well, the thing that I'm curious about is because the loot in the original game, loot wasn't like standardized that way, but in Maw, loot is now like preset in like a to the creature when you enter the dungeon. But apparently that's not true for some of those the like clickables, which I didn't realize. I thought that those would also be preset in the same way that the enemies have been made to be preset. Okay, this is the Goblin King that killed us. We're just going to stand right here and kill that one. Okay, let's see how many more are over here. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a danger. Gotcha. Okay, I get you. So Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
Got him.
Okay. So, I actually killed a lot of Goblin Kings in between my saves. I probably should have saved that, huh? And we're gonna suffer for it because we are not gonna have that really cool piece of chain that we picked up. Oh, who does? Please don't kill me. Thank you. No? Don't be rude. Okay, we know there's more here. And the most dangerous thing that we ran into just now was like a single Goblin King and a Shaman. Do we try to... This is concerning. Okay, we got to 40%. We're going to save at 40%. There's not going to be a ton... Should we get a green spot? There's a green spot over here somewhere. Let's go to this green spot over here. Okay. Okay, save this. And we've now cleared about half of what we need to clear, and we've used a little over half of our food, which is, I think, a fairly good bargain. The deeper we get into here, the more reasonable it is to go for longer periods.
Powerful this is.
Okay, this is a nice little bit of an upgrade from our starter plate. Okay. That's fine. We have so many rats that we've aggroed. This is too many rats. Okay, we're fine. Absolutely fine. No problem. No problem. Okay, we're up to 44%. We know that there's a Goblin King in here. This is... Where the hell is the Goblin King? Did we already kill it, maybe? Because we could have, like, aggroed it earlier. I guess we must have aggroed it earlier this time. Okay, so we hadn't killed all of those Goblin Kings. That was more Goblin Kings than we had killed. Alright, we are going to peek. We're going to stand right here. And the hope is that if we stand right here, nobody comes out, and then we are fine, and everything is great. Shh, don't worry about it. The hope is that nobody comes out, nobody peeks, we're fine, everything's great. Oh, baby! This is a bad place to stand. Okay, so I have great news. We don't have anything super dangerous in this room, we just have a bunch of little things. So we're going to go clear these out. We're going to make this a bit more dangerous, but we are going to save a considerable amount of time as long as we don't die. If we do die, we're going to lose a lot of time. Okay. This is the place. So this is how we're going to fight these. This next pack, we're pulling it all the way to here, I think. Can we pull them to here? We might be able to pull them to here. We're going to try it. So, we're going to peekaboo. We peekabooed way more than we should have there, but that's fine. We're going to just stand in this corner right here. And nobody's going to be nice enough to let me just hit them through this wall, I don't think. Well, that's okay. Who's hitting me? Okay, they all leaked. They all immediately leaked. Okay, what can we do? We can try dragging that pack all the way back if we want. That's a possibility. Okay. We had what, like one shaman. Weird. Who asked you to leak? Right. Yeah, apparently the cornering behavior is a little different than in previous patches. Ooh. This could be an interesting corner. We could try this corner, actually. Okay. Oh, God. The corners have been working okay. There's definitely a significant increase in the propensity of certain corners to leak. There's a lot less corners that seem like they're bad corners are really bad corners. Corners that feel really safe are still mostly pretty safe. Like, this is a pretty decent corner, and this is probably going to be reasonably safe based off of my experiences so far. That being said, my experiences so far have obviously not prepared me for this. I cannot believe it was just like a normal green goblin that killed me. Oh. But those kinds of corners work fairly well still. But there's definitely less of a tolerance for, like, screwing up. And the specific details of how you need to behave to not be screwing up is different. But yeah, like, corners are useful, but not nearly as, like, out of control as previously. There's definitely a much stronger propensity for mass leaks and as well as just individual leaking. So I don't know what was changed, but I think it's a pretty good change. They're massively more dangerous using corner plays. But it also doesn't feel like, oh, well, corners are useless now. Which is great for me, because if corners were useless, you know, I would be in deep shit. It would be pretty hard to make them useless, because the ability to, like, slow the enemy's, like, advance is in and of itself very useful. Yeah, exactly. If anything that makes my life harder must be intrinsically good, right? I'm pretty sure that's the way things work. So if I'm standing here, is like a huge pack of enemies just gonna approach me? No. Not this time. So what would be... I need to track down what I'm going to do for this. I could just use this. These are very thin, but they're perfectly solid. So those are something that would work very well. Is there anything I can do in this room? Yeah, you don't want it to be trivially easy to just, like, go to a specific location and then you're perfectly safe no matter what. Like, if there's gonna be a spot that's, like, gonna give you perfect safety, you want it to be something that you either have to work for. Like, you want to have to scout for that shit, right? Like, this room over here is, I think, really safe. This corner felt very safe when I was using it before. So we'll see whether that holds up under the scrutiny of a much larger pack or not. I don't know who is attacking me. The worst corners from, like, a balance perspective are the ones that I love the most, which is to say the corners where you're perfectly safe and you can hit the enemy without needing to peek. Okay, we killed something. Those are the best corners, and thus the corners that are the worst. And I do think that those corners are probably the most impacted. Maybe not quite the most impacted, but bear in mind I've only been tinkering with it for a couple of days. But it seems to me that corners where that would be a likelihood are the ones that are the most affected by the change, where they'll just rotate out of it. I don't know if it's... I don't know that the enemies that are actually locked in that way, where you can just hit them from around the corner without them being able to target you, are the ones that are the most susceptible to it, though. I think that this style, where you're peeking, is the thing that triggers them to, like, move around the most. But it's mostly not on the best peeking corners that you would get that. It seems like it's more on the best stationary corners, which means that there's a decent chance that on the corners where you would be normally able to be stationary, some of the enemies, not the ones that you can hit, but the ones that you normally would kind of have to wait to fight, to, like, you'd have to reposition to get access to them, those might just leak now. Which, you know, there's a big difference between I can't hit this from around the corner, and while I'm trying to hit this other thing around the corner, its friend leaks. Like, that's a night and day difference in terms of general usability. So those corners might just be, like, fully unviable now. Those types of corners might just be, like, dead. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, they definitely seem to have fairly consistent behavior. Wow, we've cleared out a good portion of this already. These goblins hit hard. Okay. I think these are fairly easy to just poke down. Which is good. I'm concerned about getting attacked from behind. And maybe I should be more concerned about getting attacked from the front. You okay over there? Y'all seem to be having some troubles. Okay. Okay. So these have immediately leaked. I should probably just retreat here. We're not going to retreat immediately because I love to suffer. Okay. Should have retreated, didn't retreat. Didn't get punished yet. So those have started leaking. Love that for me. We're going to pull back. Okay, that is leaking. And there's 2 over here as well, but we killed the shaman. So there's 1 more shaman left in this pack. There it is. And we have nothing to do to... Okay, Elvis just cleanly takes it out. And that is bad. We don't like to see that. That's not what we want to see. Ooh. We really don't like to have the fireballs come while I'm running dead center in the middle of a runway. You know, not how you want to live your life. Don't do it that way. Okay. This is so spooky. Because the enemies here are able to attack me before I can attack them. So I need to extend a little past the point where they start their animation, but then I need to get back in before they finish it. Luckily, they aren't able to just hit me through the wall with their projectiles like they can in on the wall that's outside. So, okay, we're at 55%. We have 2 saves left before we are... Rude. So we have 2 saves left. I fucked up the timing on that badly. Okay, we don't want to go any deeper there. I might have just actually aggroed a bunch of stuff, so we're going to wait a little bit. Keep an eye on both sides. Okay, there's nobody in this direction that I can see right now. Do I keep... I think I want to try to do a little bit more clearance over here. We might even get to a point where we can save. We can. Do we want to save here? Yes. Yes, we're definitely going to save here. So we're saving under danger. We have 2 directions we can go now. And we just need to get another... probably about 13 to 15%. Would be my guess. Okay, we have 1 Goblin King. The Goblin King coming in first is great for me. We got it down. Okay, that one leaked. Okay, we have, I think, 2 more Goblin Shamans in that pack. Yeah, the thing that's nice about, like, the kind of shenanigans that you can pull, in my opinion, is that I like to have, like, a bunch of tools in my arsenal for how to deal with different situations. And it's nice to have to use them, where it's like, okay, this is a situation that calls for this kind of pulling. This is a situation that calls for a melee kite. This is a situation that calls for, like, this kind of a corner play. This is a situation that calls for this kind of a corner play. Like, and if you have, like, if you have certain strategies that are too strong and convenient at the same time, So they're just like wandering off. I feel like they had aggroed on me and then they got confused. Come on, rats. I need you to come at me. What is this Might and Magic AI bullshit? Or Might Magic 8 AI bullshit? Okay. And now we've aggroed the fucking bloodsuckers in the corner. That brain sucker is going to catch us. But I can't turn around to fight it because the rats are also fast enough to really fuck me up. I also don't know if I only got the one brain sucker or if there's more. So, it looks like we have more than one brain sucker, but no bosses or anything like that. But I could be wrong. I don't think a brain sucker boss would have gotten... Or a soul sucker boss would have gotten stuck behind anything, though, because it's flying and just abusively fast. Okay, I think we're set. Also, let's take a look at our EXP. Okay, we have gained about 30% of a level, which is not going to be enough to get us up there without clearing the entire map, I think. Please? Okay. That was spooky. That was spooky. It's fine, though. Okay, we are going to try to get to, I think, maybe like 65% before we save. Man, that's... Okay, we're fine. Okay, you're toast. You're toast. Perfect. Okay, we have a couple more. Ooh, that's concerning. Okay. Soul Suckers are also difficult to do melee kites with because they just move so damn fast. Whew. Okay, we're at 65%. Do we want to save now? We probably should. Worst case scenario, we have maybe like 10% more to do. We're saving this under danger. This is our last save in here. So once we get up to the point where we can leave... Is that weakness? Yes. Do I have cure weakness? I don't. Okay, well, that's unfortunate for me.
No match for me.
How close are we to leveling? We can level. Perfect. Monsters aren't weakened and can no longer resurrect. Let's go. Okay. Good timing on that weakness, Brock, huh? We're going to finish clearing this pack. We're not going to finish clearing this pack, probably. Okay, you are already on us. Okay. Get those clean dodges. I don't know why I tried to dodge a melee attack. Okay. Shaman's down. There's a king in here somewhere. They're not right around this corner. They're over there. I don't love that for me. Could you come to a place where I can block the projectile? Wow, I'm really doing a bad job here. Oop, it's really close.
I don't know.
I played that terribly. I was letting shit get, like, right up on me. Just, like, I botched that bad. That was... no good. No es bueno. Okay, I think we've now aggroed... Have we not? We're going to try to clear this pack. I'm not going to leave immediately. Can I get close enough? Yes. Okay, unfortunately we have aggroed some of the goblins. I don't know if we've aggroed the whole pack or not. It's possible that we have, but it's not clear at the moment. Okay, we've cleared those out.
No match for me.
I mean, that seems fair. It's always reasonable to blame me for most things. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, we're in the green for some reason. Just like... Could you not get confused? Oh, what a fucking dodge. Holy shit. This guy is the king of fucking dodges. Okay. So we got the Goblin King down. We've got the bulk of this pack down now. So we could walk away. Like, we're in okay shape to walk up. Okay, do we want to... It's like early in the morning, so it's not like we can do anything if we go back to town, right? Maybe we should just finish clearing out this section first. Right? Well, that was rude. How dare you? Oh. You know, I've never actually tried to fight something from this side before, and that simultaneously worked better and worse than I expected. That was a bit spooky. Okay. Everything's fine. Okay, we've got you. I am just going to dive you. Okay, we're in the green again. So we've cleared the bulk of this pack. There's another room beyond here. We're still in the green. Death and eradication immunity is something that we can put onto that. We're probably not going to, but it's a thing we could do. Okay, we are now in position to aggro a bunch of rats. And I'm going to just retreat away, and then never mind. We're going to go back over here, and we're going to say, how do you do? Could some of you please approach? Did you not aggro? You just activated and started wandering around? Or are you all just stuck on the scenery? Nope, you didn't aggro at all. That's a lot of big rats. Could you not do the Might and Magic 8 thing, please? Where you... Okay, we do have some of them aggroed. Okay. We had a single common rat aggroed. Okay. That's fine. I am a little concerned that we're going to hit 3 o'clock and it's going to go badly for me. So just be aware that I am aware of the fact that we're hitting 3 o'clock. We haven't hit weakness already, so it shouldn't matter, because the worst that could happen is the weakness procs. We can't die on the first trigger. So that is weakness. Weakness did proc. So I think we just walk out of here, because it's 3 o'clock. We need to go to 5 to be able to train, but we can go outside and we don't have Cure Weakness. We don't have the spell. So we can't remove that. Even if we were ready for it, it wouldn't matter. We can't cure the weakness. I'm not going to be fighting a bunch of enemies in here with no with no cure weakness. So we are walking out the door, and we're saving the game. We can now save this on Lich Stitch if we want. And we're going to go ahead and do that. So, we can train to the next level, which will reset our tiredness timer.
It's useless.
We have... Let's see, this is a simple mace.
Nice. It's useless.
Is it though? Is it though?
Very weak.
Okay. So this is... I mean, it's got decent endurance on it, I guess.
So it won't fit.
But yeah, it's not probably going to be worth it for anybody. Is it worth it for you? Just because you're... No, this has plus 13 might. So yeah, I don't think that that's going to be worth it for anybody. So I think that we're just going to have to live with it. It's actually only 3:24. I was expecting time to pass a lot faster than that. Huh. What do we want to do then? We could pick up food if we want. Do we have any skills that need training? Anything along those lines? Let's see. If we're getting another level here, we'll have 2 levels. And if we have 2 levels, we're going to have nowhere near enough skill points to get the water expert. But then we'll get another 2 in the next place. So that'll be 4 levels. 4 levels might be enough because it'll be at, like, substantially reduced cost. So we're not going to pick up expert bodybuilding yet because I think we might need 8. We need 8. So we're not picking up that. But what do we want to do? We've already explored the bulk of the exterior that we need to explore, so I guess we could just fight some of those rats. It's just kind of a pain in the ass, and we're going to be... It's been an hour, so we'll fight 1 pack of rats. We're gonna make an attempt. We're gonna pull that pack. The whole group is probably coming all at once, so we're gonna just pull that pack of rats. We're gonna try to clear that pack, and I guess we'll see how it goes. We will see how. Actually, we could pull something from here. This is much faster. Okay, we're in the green. There's a boss. Love that. Regenerating Goblin King. I love to see that when I'm weak and thus incapable of doing any damage. Hey, you know, at least it'll consume a bunch of time, right? Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay. It's fine. Okay. See, this is why you need to stay in the corners, because if you're in the side of the hallway, when they throw a fireball at you, you can go to the other side of the hallway and it'll go by. So, my hope here is that the regenerator is big enough that I can hit it from safety, because it's a regenerator, and if I have to beat it to death, then we're going to be here a while with my weak party. Though, it's possible that we actually still have decent enough damage that as its regeneration deteriorates from repeated smacking, it will not take as long as you'd think. We'll just have to see. Okay, we did get hit by an attack there. I don't think it was from the boss, I think it was from the shaman. That's concerning. That hit me with a spell. You know, not a huge fan of how that all went down. Ooh, that's concerning. On the plus side... Wait, did I not loot that sword? There's just a sword sitting there that I never picked up. And I just realized that I just spent a bunch of time regenerating, which means that it's probably at full HP again. That's fine. Okay, we need to get back up to full again. So it does look like it's fairly consistently able to hit me with its spell from where it's standing. We found a safe spot to hit it from. Okay, we're fine. Yep. Yeah. I stand corrected. We found a temporarily safe spot to hit it from, and then it got pushed. Okay. Okay, this thing is going to continue to be a problem, but we got it. We got it down. Okay, we got a cloak. That's pretty good. Everybody can use cloaks. So we can pop out the door, and is it after 5 o'clock? It's 6:14 a.m. So that is a Primordial Divine's Huntsman's Cloak. It gives us fire resist, which again is pretty useful for what we're doing here. It doesn't give us a ton of fire resistance, but it gives us some. And it gives us +6 to all stats. You know I love my Doom gear. So not too shabby. Not too shabby. It's not like epic god tier shenanigans or anything. Let's give this to whoever has the lowest current hit points. Or maybe the person with the lowest current endurance, which is the same person. Let's see here. We got you. This is a 23% increase to vitality. So that's fairly solid. Yeah, giving +6 to all of our stuff is pretty decent. Okay. The other stats are not, that interesting to me, but the +6 to everything is a huge deal at this point in the game. Okay, so we're going to train up. Everybody's trained. Love that for us. How are we doing on EXP? So, I think we are going to continue puttering in Goblin Watch. We could turn in the Goblin Watch quest if we wanted. We're actually going to be able to pick up Staff Expert here, which is nice. You were going for Dagger. Because I have Dagger Expert available in one of these newbie zones. Allegedly. I'm going to just assume that I didn't make a bad decision. Because why would I think that I did a bad thing? I definitely made the correct decision. We don't even need to contemplate the possibility that we have made a mistake. Okay, so what expertises do we need to get on you next? Maybe we go Arms Master, actually. Do we want to go Arms? We can get Arms Master Expert already. Where is it, though? There's one in Freehaven. Which we're not going to anytime soon. I don't think there's any Arms Masters available to us at the moment. Maybe we get Identify Monster, actually. Or Perception. We should get Perception Expert. This will allow us to loot the garbage. And looting garbage is good. You should get... I'm going to keep pumping your dagger skill, even though you're not currently equipped with a dagger, and neither are you. Don't worry about the fact that they don't have daggers equipped. It's fine. It's fine. I have it under good authority that you still get the benefits even if you're not equipping the weapon. I'm positive that's the way that it works. We'll see. We'll see. We're gonna get water walking eventually. We've got 4 skill. I think it costs 20 grand, which we can afford. But I don't think I have enough things to get us there until we have already done the next area. I think we're gonna have to do more in Might and Magic 8 before we can get water walking. And Might and Magic 8 we also want water walking for. So I came in here without any food. I'm gonna just walk right back out of here and go buy some food. I don't think we need to come in here without getting any food. Let's get the food. You know, it occurs to me that maybe I am better off turning in the quests as soon as possible. Now that I think, so I've been thinking. If I do the quests earlier, then I get better gear. If I do the quests later, I think I get a little bit more experience. Because of the way the bolster system works. But even that, I feel like that's only a maybe. Like, I don't even know how I would begin to calculate that, because it's kind of complicated. It has to do with the way that quests don't give less experience from like being higher level than them, like the way the bolster EXP works. Let's see. Yeah, so basically what I'm thinking is I think I might actually just be better off fighting enemies that are slightly higher level as opposed to finishing a slightly higher level quest. If that makes any sense. It doesn't happen to be Sunday, though. It happens to be Sunday. Okay, well, before we do anything else, we're going over and we're going to die horribly in the arena. Let's go. It's arena time, baby. It doesn't happen to be Sunday, is it? It does. It do be. It do be Sunday. Okay, we're gonna go to here. This is gonna get us a little bit of experience. Let's save this under danger. We don't have any food. We should probably take some food so that we don't have our HP drop when we do this. So we're going to save it up. We're going to save this under danger. And this might be easy, and it might be super difficult, and I don't know which it's going to be. So we'll just find out. We're going to start level 1. I think it's going to be really hard. I seem to recall I started being able to clear these at like level 30 or something like. Oh, right. Look, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, we're going to go ahead and load back to Lich Stitch. There's no shot that I'm going to be able to clear that, I don't think. It's too many ranged attackers to deal with without some degree of shenanigans, I think. And we did... Yeah, this is like 20 minutes later. So, anything that we need to identify or anything? Not that I can see. Do I... Yes, let's do some inventory management. Quick. We don't need to do a ton, we just need to do some. Want to keep away from my natural entropic state of having every inventory completely full because it's so much of a pain in the ass to check my inventory because I've spent so long not checking my inventory. Let's see, is this going to be useful to you? See, this is still not an upgrade, even with 7 skill and the fact that it's a level 15 item. So that's unfortunate for you. Okay, this is pretty decent. This might be useful to somebody. Let's use identify monster. We're gonna just...
Looking for a weapon? Come again. Don't touch the merchant.
Yeah, this is from...
Come back.
What, like... Is this from, like, 99 or early 2000s or something? The original, like, games were, like, on a grid, and 6 through 8 was like fully turn-based, I believe. 6 through 8 are neither of those things. The grid's gone. It's basically like Might and Magic 6 is not that different from Skyrim. Like, from a practical perspective, Skyrim and Might and Magic 6 are very similar in terms of their actual fundamental gameplay and the way that, like, you interact with the world. There's a lot of similarity there. The big difference being that this has its own custom engine and Skyrim is just using a generic first-person shooter engine, which lends to it having all of the same behavioral expectations you would have from, like, any first-person shooter. The fact that everybody uses the Unreal Engine for everything is a problem. Like, it's an issue that gaming has, that we don't have custom things anymore. Because there's a lot of, like, very specific niche things where it's like, it almost pulls me out of the experience to run into them. Because it's like, yes, well, I know what engine you built this on because I can feel it in, like, the weird, like, little details, which just was not the way that, like, older games were. Older games were all... Yeah, because, like, everybody's building in it, and I feel like it probably felt less copy-paste before everything was made in it for, like, 20 years, right? So no matter what genre you play, there's, like, you are deeply familiar with the specific, like, just, like, shenanigans, like, just the stuff that engine does. because you've run into it 100 times by now. Whereas, like, if it had only been, like, 10 years that everybody was using the same engine, I feel like there would be less of that, right? People wouldn't notice the, like, specific details of, like, how your gravity interacts with slopes. And it's like, okay, well, I know how to deal with this problem in this completely new game because I've dealt with this problem for the last 12 years. Right? Well, yeah, but that's indicative of the absolute nightmare hellscape of, like, the modern game industry, right? Like, that's like the industry has some enormous problems because of the fact that no one's building their own engines. So, like, nobody knows how to build an engine. Like, nobody knows how to do anything. Everybody just knows how to make things in Unreal that feel like an Unreal Engine game and have the limitations that are specific to Unreal, right? Like, you could make... There's a lot of games that you can't make today because nobody's willing to use a custom engine. So it's like you just can't do the thing because it's all just on the same thing. I did hear about that. I was in the chat for that, and then it didn't give me notifications for a long time. And then I started looking at it, and I was like, oh, there's 600 messages in here, and I am not caught up. Okay, this Goblin King is going to kill me. I might be able to... But yeah, I'm excited for that. I think that there's a lot of good things that people can make within, like, existing systems, right? And including the Unreal Engine. Like, I don't hate the Unreal Engine. It's fine. It's just, like, I would prefer for games that are made by major production houses to use their own engines. I would prefer not everything is built in Unreal. Because, again, Unreal has some crazy shit where you have to treat everything as a gun because it's a shooter engine. At its core, it's designed for making... Anyway, it's a whole problem. But yeah, I don't know any of the, like, you know, bizarre shenanigans that you run into with Unity. So it'll be fun to interact with that. I'm also going to be next week doing another run of the demo for the Thinger. But how's the progress going on the game now? Because again, I haven't been able to keep up with the thing. I have been not checking my messages. The only socialization that I'm doing outside of, you know, occasionally hanging out with people in Meat Space is my live stream. I have not interacted with anyone online, right? I'm not responding to texts. I've been like incommunicado for months. Like ever since I got back from America, I've been just incommunicado. I'll take a look at the thing again. I'm curious to see more of what you've been up to. One of the things that I was doing while for the last couple of months was I was actually doing a bunch of, like, not a bunch. I did like an indie game. It just took a long time to do it. But I was doing it's not Crystal Chronicle. It's Crystal something. Whoop. Well, importantly, I have been not interacting with my real people friends online. I have been ignoring their text messages as well. Crystal Project, thank you. It's like, okay, there's a birthday party I need to go to. Great, I'm going to this birthday party. I'm going to be, you know, sociable and interact with people. But, you know, I've got all these, like, text threads where people talk, and I've not talked to anybody. I've been, like, so, like, socially, you know, burned out. I'm feeling way better. Like, a few days ago, I finally started coming out of my shell. And, of course, the reason being that, you know, I went to a party that had, like, 15 people at it or something like that, and was like hyper social, and that hyper social engagement is like, oh, okay, yeah, socialization is good. Now, am I checking my messages? Still no, but hey, that is beside the point. That's beside the point. I fell behind. I'm so far behind on like all of the random stuff that I was trying to keep track of. There's been a strong prioritization of like, okay, what am I going to invest energy into? It's going to be, you know, hanging out with people. And, oh yeah, like I don't have a lot of time where I'm by myself. But okay, we got the Soul Sucker down. That was a dangerous way to play it, but we played it that way and it worked out fine. We're excellent. We're amazing. But I do feel like most live streamers seem to not have as much of a social life as me, and I consider myself a hermit, and I find it very shocking just how little people seem to get out. For a while there, I was doing every Saturday. We were going for walks in the various parks because I live in a city that has a lot of nice parks that you can just walk around in, and we were going for walks every weekend. And that fell by the wayside because, see, the problem with that is that requires sending text messages to people. that requires actually making the plans. That's a summoner. Let's get the fuck out of here. Please. 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 This feels slower than a Soul Sucker should be. Like, it felt like it was moving pretty slow. I'm gonna try this corner. This is a bad idea. Anytime it hits me, it's gonna summon a fucking monstrosity, and we've established that this is a bad corner. Wait. We've established that this is the best corner on Earth. I'm a genius who is incapable of making bad decisions. Bad decisions. Incapable. Maybe I should check the little gems at the bottom and that indicate when enemies are nearby. Incapable of making bad decisions. It's great. Okay. I'm gonna try to just kite these because we did just save. I'm gonna die. See? I'm so smart. I called it. I called it. I called it. You have so many technical problems. It doesn't even... The kinds of technical problems that you run into don't even feel like a problem that's like, oh, okay, like you have a potato that you're playing, that you're trying to stream, like watch the stream on. It feels like you're trying to run the stream on like a spaceship in like Alpha Centauri, and the software is just fundamentally incompatible because like it's just not a very good emulator for like human technology. That's the way that I would describe the problems that you run into on this website. This website seems to despise you, and it's a problem. We are in the green, and we can loot this chest. And this is an antique. This is garbage. This is fire resistance. We now have the fire resistance spell. Who do we give it to? We give it to Elvis. We can actually... Let's go. So, oh, we also have Torchlight. I didn't realize that we had this. I'm sorry. I should have had this on this whole time. It massively improves quality of life for stream. So, I apologize. I should have had that on this whole time. Reserve percentage, this is intellect, unfortunately, but it does also give us resistance to the fire attacks, which there are. Yeah, speaking of Twitch issues, we just noticed that we had Torchlight that we could maintain now. Let's see. Oh, is Torchlight like a one-time cost of 5, and then it just is active? I thought that it was I thought it reserved 5. I didn't realize that. Wow, we are really reserving like everything for just fire resist. Okay, we're gonna walk over here, and oh, that's true. Oh yeah, definitely. I understand what you mean now. I understand words. Oh wait, are you approaching me now? Oh, okay. I like walked all the way up to you and you wouldn't aggro, and now you're just. What the fuck is happening with you? Please. You alien creatures. Okay, we're gonna save the game. This is our last save, but this is also our last room. So, I think... I guess it's not quite the last room, actually, is it? We have... Look, you gotta work with me here. Like, could you not? Could you not? With this Might and Magic 8-ass bullshit? Okay. Okay, so now we have a bajillion rats attacking us. We could have pulled that one and been safe, but we didn't, so we're not safe. We're just going to keep running. At some point I should turn around, but I am concerned that they're going to be tracking me fairly well. They probably aren't, I say as we get to green. But, you know, you just never know with these things. That is a giant rat that I missed. Oh, fuck. Okay, that was quite dangerous. Nope, that's a giant rat. Ooh, we really fucked this up. Ooh, boy. Ooh, that was not... Ooh, that was not clean. That was very, very unclean. Okay, you know what? We're at the exit, and we're just gonna go safe. We can just leave. We're right here. Okay. It's fine. The other thing is that I do need to pay attention to how much EXP I have. We're looking to have probably around 2.3 is my guess as to where we need to be. So if finishing this jumps us up to 2.6, we're going to not finish this, and we're instead going to go backtrack over to the island full of Goblin Kings and deal with that instead. So which one we do will depend on how much we get when we finish. I went the wrong way. Look, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I can tell east from west. I can tell right from left. I can tell back from front. I can tell all of these directions apart from each other. Wait, was that all of the enemies? This, what is that? Okay. Yes, don't mind me. I definitely didn't just get myself confused again somehow. Don't even worry about it. There we go. Okay, so these are approaching now. Okay. I'm glad that we've leaned into Elvis, because it's paying dividends. Like, we're getting good damage out of Elvis, and it feels nice to have the Ranger be useful. Like, if I wasn't leaning into Elvis, they probably wouldn't have that much damage. And it's nice to have the centerpiece of the party hitting for, like, 400 damage on a crit and stuff like that. Okay, we're probably fine. Okay, we're in the green. Are we going to continue to be in the green? So, we are at 1.93. Okay, so we still got rats along the side here. On both sides. I should not be doing this, but we're gonna not worry about it. It's fine. Okay, let's take a look. That is damn near perfect. I think this is almost exactly what we needed. This looks pretty damn close to perfect to me. I think, you know, life is beautiful sometimes. We are going to finish off the last... No, we're not. We're going to leave. There's more enemies than I was expecting. We got to 100%, and then we're like, oh, wait a second, this is a problem. Okay, so the dungeon's complete. Can I save? It says game saved. Okay, so we're going to go back over here. We're going to fight these last few enemies. They're not going to give me a ton of EXP. This isn't bosses or anything like that. So it's just like a few different enemies. So once you've reached 100% complete... Oh, Jesus, there is a boss here! What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here? No! Okay, we're gonna loot this, and then we're gonna... Oh my god! This is cure poison. This is so important. Oh my god. Okay. That's clutch. Saving in dungeons requires food in Maw. So I wouldn't normally be able to save right now because I'm out of food. But when you finish the dungeon, the cost to save inside the dungeon is removed, which is very convenient because there's a lot of reasons why you would want to save in a dungeon that doesn't have any enemies in it. In particular, like a lot of dungeons have some like weird like geometry problems that are like from the original game. And then some of the geometry problems are from the merge, bringing everything into the Might and Magic 8 engine. So there's like a few extra in addition to the ones that were already there natively. So like you can just get stuck in the world and then you have to reload. So it's nice to be able to save in the dungeon once you've cleared it. So anyway, what did we just pick up? Oh my god! We also got another the God's hat. Look at the luck on this. Oh man, that's a beautiful hat. Hey, Elvis, you wanna equip a wizard hat?
Wish I could.
You know, I wish you could too, buddy. I wish you could too. Let's see here. Who are we gonna give this to? Oh, the implementation for hats having higher stats has been done now? That's awesome. It's been so long. It's been so long since I played. Let's give you this. I think that this is an appropriate hat for you. Let's go. So we're going to save under Lich Stitch. Let's see. Yeah, that's a lot. That's so much luck. So much luck. We have a helmet here that has might and endurance. This is might and personality. Probably need the might and endurance more than we need the might and personality, but this is 25. We have actually really high fire resistance on our... I guess, you know... Hey!
It's of no use to me.
You know, that's true, isn't it? That is true. You know, it didn't occur to me, but, you know, I guess that's probably true. Alright, we're going to save under Lich Stitch. And we are going back to Might and Magic 8? Yes. We're going back to Might and Magic 8. So we have a few options for how to proceed in Might and Magic 8. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start turning in quests in Might and Magic 8. I think that we're going to basically just pump our bolster level up very rapidly by just doing some quests. So we have the Thinger quest to turn in. We also have the ability to start depositing the disease resistance scrolls. And I think that's how we're going to handle this. The reason that we're going to handle it that way is that I want shinier loot out of all those bosses. And I think that that makes more sense. We're going to try to do quests first rather than second. So we're flipping the strategy that we were using in the previous runs, and we're doing it definitely at the very beginning of the run and definitely not changing our mind midway through. 100%. This is all 100%. Where the hell are we going? We're already here. What are we doing? Why are we... No, we need to take a boat. Okay. Do we need to go anywhere first? You can get staff expertise eventually. I don't think that it matters, because I think we're kind of just going to get on the boat, go complete a couple of quests, and come back. Honestly, I think that we're going to get 2 levels out of doing this, so I'm just going to not worry about it. I should actually look at the calculations at some point
We'll have to come back later.
for the Thinger EXP. Oh, you know what? It's still Sunday. Let's see. What are we going to do? We can't train. Do we have any quests to turn in here, actually? We do, actually, now that I think about it. We can talk to the merchant house. Okay. Read those boats! We finally have a bolster level of 1 in Might and Magic 7. We're catching up. We're catching up. Okay, so turning in this quest got us enough experience to level to 14 already. And now we're just looking to get about a half level's worth of experience. Do we want to just fight some wolves? Trying to think of how we want to handle this. I think this is probably the way to go. We fight either some wolves or some centaurs. We don't have expert perception, right? We have 3 perception. So we're going to want to get that up to 4. But I think 3 might be enough to loot these trash heaps. We're going to find out. 3 is enough to loot the trash heaps. So we're going to loot all the trash heaps. Because we are just a bit trashy. Only a bit. We're just a little trashy. Let's see here. Did we already do this one? We did not. We did not do this one either. Okay. So we can loot all these trash heaps. This is actually a pretty sizable amount of loot that we're going to find here. I don't know if any of it's going to be any good, but we are early enough in the game that even if it's all very, very mediocre, there's a decent chance that some of it's useful. Let's see. Empty barrel. We already did the dancing ogre. Okay. Do we fight some randos?
However, this is.
Well, no. That's interesting. That's pretty interesting. Sleep and unconsciousness immunity is great. So that is actually something that we're definitely going to make use of eventually.
We could sell it.
This gives +2 repair skill, but it is an item that we can't use at the moment. And let's see.
Now here's something.
This is a mind and body resistance cloak, which you already have a mind and body resistance cloak. This actually is interesting because the two of these are basically inverses of each other, but this one has the speed and accuracy built in, so let's do that. Okay. And this is useless for everybody else. We can't do the inventory management that we want to do because all the shops will be closed. So, do we have another quest to turn in up here? Because it would be nice to not have to, like, wait. I think that we're not going to advance time until morning. I'm going to treat that as a non-option for now. Plagueborn Pack Leader. Plagueborn Pack Leader. Okay. I don't want to kill the boss, preferably. I'd prefer to kill the boss when it's higher level. At the very least, saving the bosses would be nice. But I don't know that we're going to be able to make that happen. I'm basically going to try to get up to the Temple of Eep. And we're not going inside, obviously, but I can pull enemies to the Temple of Eep. It's a fairly good place to fight. But also, there's just, like, shiny objects and stuff there, and, you know, all that jazz. I'm definitely gonna die. This is fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. Go, 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 go! Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to get up there. Okay, we got there first try. It's a good thing, too. Hello, friends. You know what? I guess... Okay, this is a swapper. It's swapped away. That's amazing. Oh, that's...
I've never seen one before.
Hi.
I don't know it.
Look, it was a thing that we knew could happen. And then it happened. Look at that. I did say I was gonna die. You all heard it. because Ruben got one shot and died. Ruben just fell over dead. It was fine. No problem. So the thing is that they can get up here because they can basically, like, when they go off the ramps... Wow, eradicated. Rude. You know, you don't see a fully natural eradication too often. It is uncommon to get eradicated. From damage, not common. I feel, especially on a troll, we got eradicated on a troll. That is a lot of damage. I feel blessed. We're going to try this again. I'm going to try to keep an eye out and not... Because there's a bunch of different sections of the rooftop. So if I do this correctly... eradication is like dead, but your entire body is gone. So, in mechanical terms, it means that you're dead, and raised dead is not sufficient to bring you back to life. In order to bring you back to... So, raised dead is a master level spirit spell that raises you from the dead. Resurrection is a grandmaster level spell that can revive you from eradication. Typically, the only way that you're going to get eradicated is you have to have, like, really niche circumstances to take enough damage to get eradicated. Like, I don't remember how crazy it has to be, but it's like you have to be at, like, negative 1,000 HP. You have to have such a crazy amount of HP negative to get eradicated. I think you can get eradicated from damage in baseline game. It's just not a thing you ever see. Because the rest of your party will be dead by the time that happens. But the typical way that you get eradicated is certain late game enemies have a proc on their attacks where they'll just, like, hit you with it, and you just get eradicated instantly. Which, rather than being, like, at a certain negative value, you just get instantly eradicated. There's, like, quite a lot of late game enemies that do that. Like, they'll either cause instant death or eradication, and it depends on the particular enemy and the game that you're in. But generally, anything that's shooting a laser at you is going to eradicate you. That's the general gist. How are we doing on EXP now? Let's see. I mean, we're making some progress. The issue is that I do think that even, like, the normal, like, mid-tier direwolves can just, like, insta-give me. I think that that's a thing that can happen. I don't think the yearlings can take me from 100% to dead. But I think that the normal ones can. I also don't know where the swapper is. Okay, we are in a safe location here. That is so many. Oh my goodness. I do think that it is appropriate and good that we have been able to use the battlements at the very beginning of 2 games now to be able to successfully fight massive packs of enemies. The Goblin Watch shenanigans were a lot of fun, using the Goblin Watch battlements and figuring out how to actually use them to successfully get through the fights. And this is a fun pull because you have like this mad dash that you have to make to get up here, and then once you get up here, you have to like keep an eye out as like all of the enemies just sort of like flying all over the place, and it's like, okay, is one of these gonna land on the part of the building that I'm standing on? Like, do I have to move? I really enjoy it. And then, hey, once you're up here, you're golden, right? Once you're up here, everything's golden. But it's fun having the rush to get up here. Okay. We have some over there. We have some over here. Okay, that one's toast. Okay, so we have multiple over here. Okay, that's the big one. There was a yearling there as well, I thought. Okay. Okay, there's one right nearby here. There we go. We are in the green! So this time we did not pull the swapper. Okay. Because I don't think I saw it swap this time. And we're going to need about half a level, I think. So yellow, we're just going to give that to Elvis. That's a club. Now, that might seem like an unfortunate thing to get, but clubs can be really useful at the early game. There's also droids in Might and Magic 7 that can eradicate. There's Terminator droids in 7, too. They're just shaped differently. And I believe... Don't they? The assassin droids don't eradicate? Really? I had no idea. I just assumed. Because by the time you get to them, I would always have protection from magic Grandmaster. That actually changes the way that, like, that makes druids way more viable. If you only have to deal with eradicate for one fight, that's a significant piece of information. So Contest of Might failed. Win? Everybody wins except one. Well, I feel like we can probably fix that. There we go. Okay. I guess we should probably equip this on the person we stole it from. Oh, right, we have the Cure Poison. Ooh, that's so good. I'm so happy. I'm so happy we found the Cure Poison. That's so clutch. Because we were going to be in a position where there's the possibility that, like, we just kind of can't deal with venomous enemies at all. Like, where poison is just a guaranteed death effect. So, like, envenomed enemies are, like, really way more spooky than they already are for, like, the mid-game. Because eventually, like, your regeneration and your lifesteal and all that kind of stuff is going to get to the point where you're like, okay, I can keep myself alive through this. That is a very high-level club. I feel like by level 30, we will probably not be using clubs. I hope by level 30 we're not still using clubs. I certainly hope. Okay, what are we doing? It is what time of day? It is 10:49. So, do we want to... Wait, was that the swapper? We already killed the swapper? We didn't kill the Plagueborn? Interesting. Let's fight this direwolf yearling. This will go great for us and not badly.
I need healing.
There we go. Look at that. See, I said it. I said it out loud, and I definitely wasn't being sarcastic when I said it. There's two of them over here. There's a swapper and another Plagueborn. I thought that we had already killed the Plagueborn. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! This is fine. This is fine. So, in Might and Magic 8, Grandmaster... protection from magic is just not actually important, right? Because Mastery gives you protection from death. And I think... Well, I mean, you need Master to cast it in the first place, but... I think... So this is probably going to, like, blink away eventually. But it might not. Where's the other one? There you are. How am I not hitting you? I don't think I'm missing. I think I'm just in a bad orientation. I'm going to just drop down to here. This gets me a little bit closer. This is also more dangerous, I think. I think they can't attack me. You need GM for death protection? I thought you got death protection off of baseline. Like, off of just mastery. I did not realize that. Okay, we're in the green again. Taking out another boss. Everything's going great. Let's see. I was looking at a thing. Yes, that's what I was looking at. Okay. We finally parsed the information. I'm just like staring at the screen going, yes, I'm looking at this. This is information that I can read and understand. Okie dokie.
Powerful this is.
That is an Ancient Elven Cloak of Life. This is another regen item. Gives us water resistance. And gives us some base HP. So let's take that on. It's tempting to put it on Ruben because Ruben has such low base HP right now. However, we are going to put it on Hot Dog because we need more regen items on the people that don't have regen. Native way. Okay, so slap this on you. And how are we feeling about you now? 161 max HP. I guess I can check how much regen you have now. 1.7. You're gonna struggle if you ever get in the water, friend, because your HP just keeps rising and your HP regen is arguably rising. Just not by nearly the same value. Okay, we're gonna pop over here. This is fine. Yeah, it is funny how, like, I'm just so inexperienced with Might and Magic 8. I think I've probably played more of like Maw in Might and Magic 8 that I've actually played Might and Magic 8 at this point. Not quite. If we combine my experience with Merge Mod and Maw, we maybe get to the point where it's about on par with what I have in terms of actual experience with 8. I just never play it because the I did not like the sound of that. So naturally, when I hear the noise that sounds like something's attacking me, I just completely freeze up and do absolutely nothing for a while, because that's definitely going to solve my problem. Where are you? There you are. What the fuck is happening with you? Okay, we're not clear yet. Let's go over here. Nobody here. Where are you, friend? Okay, I'm... Okay, there it is. We found it. We're not done yet. We are in the yellow, not the red. Where the heck is it? Because you'd think it would be in one of these corners. But I just checked all the corners, right? Oh! Hi. That's pretty funny. That was concerning. Okay, we can hit it from here. We're fine. There's a pack leader in this pack. Yeah, we've now killed a bunch of bosses, unfortunately, which is not really how we were intending to do this. We do still have the Daggerwood Island quests to do, but I don't feel like I should be allowed to advance time right now. I might change my mind on that later, but for right now, I don't feel like advancing time. Because normally when I'm leaving an area, my rule set is that I'm not able to leave the area until I've already cleared everything anyway, right? So advancing time when I'm like traveling between areas right now feels very different to me because of the fact that I'm not clearing the whole area before I leave, so... Killing bosses is good in theory, but I want to kill them when they're at the highest level they're going to be. So if I turn in my quests right now, rather than kill the bosses right now, then I'll basically be fighting them when they're like a couple levels higher, which will give me slightly better loot. Just one second. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm walking away from the keyboard to get myself a drink, and it's exactly 1 o'clock as I return, which means that that's the end of stream. So the last thing we do on stream is me walking away to get a drink. Because why not? That seems like a reasonable way to end stream, right? So that is going to be it for today. Next time we will continue probably drawing things up here to the Temple of Eep. We'll probably clear out all of the EXP that we need doing this, and then we'll turn in the quests on Dagger Wound on the next cycle. But that's it for today. Thanks everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and hope to see you again on Monday. Anyways.